Clemson Sports Talk with Lawton Swan.
Ready, set.
Just call me Swanny.
Tiger style. Tiger style.
Finally, Clemson Sports Talk has come back to Drive Time. Hello, everybody. Lawton Swan back in the saddle. Once again, it is the show that shakes the Southland. Clemson Sports Talk for you each and every afternoon as you make your way around the great state of South Carolina and beyond, listening to us on incredible radio stations like Fox Sports Radio 1400 the Midlands around the world, on the iHeart Radio app. All right, so the game in Littlejohn Coliseum last night went about like I expected. 79-77, the final score. The North Carolina Tar Heels escape. Clemson with a late three with an opportunity, a great look from David Collins, albeit maybe not the guy I would have wanted taking that shot. But the Tigers cannot knock off North Carolina, even though they had the ball with 1:04 left in the game with a 1-point lead, 75-74. Instead, this was the one possession of the game that, for whatever reason, I was not able to see. And I know from looking at it, Clemson turned the ball over with an offensive foul, and it just frustrating. North Carolina then takes a 2-point lead. Clemson comes back and ties it. P.J. Hall, who scored a career-high 24 points on 9 of 18 shooting, ties the ball game up at 77. North Carolina would get an easy layup off of a nice play late and knock off the Clemson Tigers, who are now 12-11, 4-8 in the ACC, with the Duke Blue Devils coming to town tomorrow. And then this weekend, Clemson will take on Notre Dame. It was not enough, a 52-point second-half effort. Frustration for sure for this Clemson Tiger team. I think you look at some of the young big men, Shefflin and P.J. Hall, and you feel good about the interior. But it's just, again, falls right into the storyline that we brought up yesterday, that I felt like this would be another matchup where Clemson, because of the competition, would play up, would be competitive, might even find a way to win it. But yet when they take on teams that they should beat, they don't. I mean, it is the quintessential – it strikes up the quintessential memories for me of a lot of Tommy Bowden's time at Clemson in football. And it always feels like Brad Brownell is going to do just enough. Just enough. Tomorrow night, Clemson hosts number 7, Duke, at 8 o'clock on the ACC network. That game I feel a lot less confident in, but again, would you be surprised if Clemson battles? Would you be surprised if Clemson keeps that game close like they did on the road in Durham? And I wouldn't either. I mean, it just kind of feels like what this team does. They play up to their competition. It absolutely helps them being in Littlejohn Coliseum. But that game last night, the only thing that probably didn't happen that I thought would happen was that Clemson would hit that final shot and win the ball game. Now, there are questions abound about David Collins being the player to take that final three. He hadn't shot a lot of three-pointers this year, but he does shoot a pretty decent percentage. And it was a wide-open look. I think there was, like 3.9 seconds left or so when Clemson got the ball, or 3.6. Great inbounds, great play, good execution, good three-point shot to win it. Just didn't happen. Anytime something like that does take place, though, I'll be honest, it makes me ask the question, why in the world in college sports or in college basketball, do we not play a similar style to the NBA? Do you know how much better the NCAA tournament, do you know how much better college basketball games would be if coaches could call a timeout late and advance the ball to midcourt. I mean, that is a tough scenario. Like, to be down 2 in the final minute of, or in the final 10 seconds of a college basketball game. I mean, it is a completely different spot to be in than to be down 2 in an NBA game. And as a fan of the sport, like, we talk a lot about changes, whether it be how we're going to monitor NIL and the transfer portal and scheduling and things of that nature to make games possibly better or competition better with college football. I don't know that there would be a similar rule change possible in college football that could make a game better at the finish than what the NCAA could do if they would adopt the NBA's late game rules. I mean, there's just something advantageous to the sport, not to the game, to the sport in general, about having multiple possessions in the front court for teams to be able to get off a shot. So if you don't really know what happens in the NBA, late game scenario, if you've got your timeouts, one of the things too, I would imagine it would speed the game up a little bit because coaches wouldn't burn timeouts late in the ball game typically. They might hold them for really late in the game so that you could earn a couple of possessions of the basketball. So what happens in the NBA is that if you're in a tight ball game and let's say a team hits a bucket, and now you're down 1 with 15.8 seconds left, you call timeout. You do that, you get the ball at half court with 15.8 left. You inbound the ball. If you want to take the last shot, you can. If you want to get up a quick shot, let's say you do, and you knock it down and you take a 1-point lead with 12.2 left. Well, then all of a sudden that team calls a timeout. Now they get the ball past half court with 12.2. They run a set play. Maybe they knock it in. Maybe they score with 2 seconds left or less. And now they're up 1, and you call your final timeout. Now you get the ball back on your end, down by 1 with 2 seconds left, but you're inbounding at half court. And there's plenty of time. Instead, in these college games, even if you have a timeout and you call it, you don't get to advance the ball. I mean, Clemson's sitting there with their back up against the wall having to hope for a great inbounds, which it makes all the more disappointing and improbable, really, that Clemson got beat by UConn in the NCAA tournament by Tate George so many moons ago with Cliff Ellis in that group. I mean, that's the thing about that game. Like, to get beat in the last second off a last-second jumper happens a lot because typically guys have the ball and they dribble the clock down and then, boom, they shoot it right before the buzzer goes off. This was 1 second left in the game, and UConn and Jim Calhoun's squad managed to throw the ball the length of the court, catch it, turn, shoot it, win it. And look, I've watched that play probably 1,000 times. I cried the day it happened. I told my dad, call CBS, Dad. We have to have a review of that. There's no way that play got off in 1 second. I still don't believe that. But the fact that you even gave him a chance when the scenario was to heave the ball full court. I mean, even going back to a great legendary shot like Christian Laettner's victory in overtime over Kentucky. Maybe it was double overtime over Kentucky in the NCAA tournament, where Grant Hill throws the ball in. Christian Laettner catches it. Pump fake or a little shake left, a little spin right, comes back, fires, good. Yes, those are moments that are captured and made and historic and unforgettable because of what happened. But to me, the truth is, the game would be so much better if those inbounds were taking place at midcourt and you had multiple possessions at the back end of a ball game where teams were vying back and forth with great possessions. And the other thing it does is this. In the scenario we're in now, let's say you're down by 1, 15.8. You call a timeout. You got the ball in the front court. You miss a shot, you foul. The other team goes to the line with, say, 10 seconds left. They make both free throws. Now you're down by 3. You call a timeout. Now you've got 10 seconds to get a 3-point shot up. Whereas in this current scenario, if you had it at 15.8 and you inbound the ball, you're lucky if you get the shot up with 10. Maybe it dwindles down to 8 or so by the time you foul, maybe less. Now the team shoots 2 free throws, and now you're inbounding with like 7 seconds left under your own basket. And it's just, you got to hit a 3, and there's just a lot of undue pressure that I think the NBA allows to be alleviated to a degree to present a better ball game. So the Tigers come up short, 79-77, and again, they will take on Duke tomorrow night at 8 o'clock at Little John Coliseum, and then follow that up with a matchup against Notre Dame over the weekend. But for the Brad Brownell faithful, and I've seen people talking about this word, apathy. And I think that's what I have brought up here for several weeks now with this basketball team. It's not that the people who have faded away from the program don't like basketball. What's happened is you have to make a stand against what you for what you believe. And if you believe that Brad Brownell is the wrong guy, then you can't keep showing up. And I won't bore you with the breakdown of 10 fans leaving and maybe 8 coming back, and then 10 more leaving and maybe only 4 coming back, and how it dwindles down. But I think that's where we are really headed right now. And at 4-8 in the league, and 12-11 in 12 seasons, nobody has ever said to me, you know what, Swanny, I think Clemson basketball should be a top 5 team every year, right on par with Duke and other major programs. But plenty of people have come to me and said, I just want to be competitive. I just want to be in the NCAA tournament regularly, and I want to be competitive in those ball games. And you're just not. And I don't think it's all Brad Brownell by any means. But when you're making $2.6 million, $2.8 million a year, whatever his number is now, and I think by 2014 it's going to be up to $3 million. 2024, I think it's going to be up to $3 million. I mean, you have to deliver real good results. I mean, Dabo Swinney makes $8 million and has 2 national titles coaching the sport that 80,000 people attend every Saturday, and maybe 5-folds that support him. Basketball is paying Brad Brownell nearly $3 million. You can't hardly get anybody to go and support. You can't find people that want to support. So when the money is what it is, you are stuck in one of 2 situations. Either A, you have to make a change when things go bad. Or B, you just say, look, we're paying him so much, we're going to stick it out. We're going to let him go because we don't have to dump this contract, and we'll let him coach out his tenure. And we'll see if it gets better. Now, what is the correct answer there? I honestly, I have no idea. But I think given how long Brad Brownell has been there, if you are someone that demands better, you have every right to be frustrated. You have every right to want to change. You have every right to say, I'm not going back and supporting, and I hate it for the players. You have every right to feel that way. And I hate it for the players too. I hate it for the assistants on the staff. I mean, I want to see these guys be successful. But it's like I'm reading a book 9 times out of 10 when it comes down to this Clemson Tiger men's basketball team. It's like I am reading a book. You go back, you reset the show, you listen to what we said yesterday on the podcast about how this game would probably go. And the only thing that I thought that could happen that didn't happen was the outcome where I thought, you know what, Clemson could win this game and shock the world. Shock you. And there they were with a shot late to win it. We will hear from Brad Brownell, Ian Schifflin, and PJ Hall coming up in just a little bit. Whether you are North Floor or South Floor, I think at this point, you have to agree that the stakes of keeping Brad Brownell versus the stakes of making a change are at a crossroads. And I resigned myself several years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that, you know what, as much as I would like to see a change, I will wait on the administration to make the move when they feel like it's the correct time. But it is increasingly more difficult to feel like, yeah, you know what? The program is headed in the right direction. And it is not an easy task to win in basketball at Clemson. Nobody has ever suggested that. I don't know anybody that really expects that. But I do believe people, as I said yesterday, just want this team to be reasonably competitive in the Atlantic Coast Conference and get into the NCAA tournament, make some runs to the Sweet 16, and make that feel normal and not nearly shocking. When Clemson makes the NCAA tournament at this point in Brad Brownell's tenure, it is shocking that they have made it. It is currently not shocking if Clemson gets beat by a team that they should defeat, whether home or away. It is not shocking if Clemson keeps a game tight, win, lose, or draw against some of the top teams in the league. Because those are the norms that have sort of taken place during Brad Brownell's tenure. Play up, but maybe not finish with enough, with enough victories, because you might get beat right at the end, like against North Carolina and Duke, etc., or just play poorly against teams that you should beat. And that's the frustrating part. So we'll hear from Brad Brownell. We'll hear from Ian Schifflin and PJ Hall coming up in the next couple of segments. 803-450-0086. The Super Bowl looming. Of course, former Clemson Tiger T. Higgins, DJ Reader, and then also Jackson Carman on the Bengals, Tremaine Ankrum on the Los Angeles Rams. So a former Tiger at a minimum will be getting a Super Bowl championship. And I also would present, I mentioned changing basketball collegiately a little bit to maybe make it better. I would also like to present my argument that I have for years that we need to move the Super Bowl from Sunday. It should be, or look, if you just have to have it on Sunday, the Monday after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday. I mean, get it done. We got to have something out there that we could either exchange as a national holiday or move the Super Bowl to Saturday. Oh, but the eyeballs. How can that be a logical argument? Even the NCAA tournament, or the matter of fact, you know what? I'll press pause on it because I still want to talk basketball, but we'll get to the Super Bowl and the college football playoff championship game as well coming up in just a little bit, because I always have thoughts on both in terms of finding a way to make it better. And I just don't understand some of the logic. 803-450-0086, text line and phone line. Again, be a part of the show anytime, any place, anywhere. Our website, put the .com on it. Doggone it. That's ClemsonSportsTalk.com. Again, thinking about my buddy Rob Sanders, host of the Rundown from 3 until 4 o'clock for the fantastic lead in. And don't forget, Teddy Hefner from 9 to noon right here on Fox Sports Radio 1400 and, of course, on the iHeart Radio application. Well, look, I know some of you want him gone, but we've got the audio following Clemson's 79-77 loss to the North Carolina Tar Heels in Littlejohn Coliseum last night. We've got Brad Brownell's audio, plus coming up in a little bit, we'll hear from Ian Schifflin and PJ Hall. We'll hit a break. We'll come back with Brownell right after this. Back at it on the show that shakes the Southland Clemson Sports Talk on a Wednesday. The Clemson Tiger men's basketball team tomorrow will take on the Duke Blue Devils at home. Last night, they were taking on the North Carolina Tar Heels. 79-77 the final score. North Carolina, the big basket in the final minute of the ball game. Clemson would have missed 3 right at the buzzer. The Tigers come up a couple of points short and really maybe just a couple of inches short of knocking down a game winner at the buzzer. Brad Brownell spoke after the game about the matchup and also the offensive efforts put together by both teams. You know, I looked at the game yesterday and I talked about, I think the number was 72.6 points per game, roughly. That's what North Carolina had given up. Clemson had scored that many. And I kind of thought that was the magic number of where this game might go. And ultimately 79-77, North Carolina outscoring Clemson in the contest. But here's what Brad Brownell had to say following the Tigers' loss at home.
You know, incredibly well played offensively by both teams in the second half. Obviously fun to watch, except for the last few seconds. You know, I'm really proud of our players. I thought we gave everything we had. Defensively, we weren't very good in the second half, or as good, I should say. North Carolina kids made some plays too. They made some shots. And they're hard to guard. They got talented guys. But you know, I just hurt for my team. I want my team to have something good happen for them. They've 2 good days trying to get ready for this one and poured heart and soul into it and just, you know, came up a play short. So, but credit North Carolina, Hubert and their guys did some nice things and
Brad Brownell there following Clemson's loss to North Carolina. He was asked about the efforts moving forward, especially given the emotional aspect of the sport of basketball for this team. They're still trying to find their way and has come so close a couple of times out now against the Blue Devils and then last night against the Tar Heels.
That's just coming. Well, I'll let you know, tomorrow. Like, it was obviously a very somber locker room right there. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. You know, there's a lot of it that is very emotional, right, for kids. And it's just, you know, I always say, because it's football country, that it's just, you know, our games come so quickly sometimes that the kids don't have a chance to like get recharged. And we play so many more games. That's why there's not always a great performance, right? We don't have all week to get ready and like kind of build it to the Saturday crescendo. You flip the switch and you got to go. And it's hard to pour your heart and soul into thing every single night and then, you know, kind of get your heart pulled out of your chest because you feel like you got a great win or a chance at a great win, and then you got to do it again. But like I told our kids, man, this is ACC basketball. You're playing in a great environment. What a game. Incredible to be a part of it. What a blessing, and how fortunate you are. And hopefully we do it again, you know, the next 2 days. We'll go again and play the dark blue. And, you know, so, but it's hard because, you know, coming close doesn't get it done. And we got to find ways to win.
So some valid points there, just how quickly these games are coming. Clemson, again, facing Duke tomorrow night. Notre Dame this weekend, 3 games in 5 days against 3 of the top teams in the Atlantic Coast Conference. And one of the positives was the play of Ian Shiflin, the freshman, who has been a nice contributor for the Tigers. Here's what Brad Brownell had to say about his play.
He's been up and down for us in practice, and same thing in some games. He played great in our win at Virginia. You know, he hasn't gotten to play all the time consistently, which isn't easy. And we're trying to play him in a couple different positions, a little bit of 5, a little bit of 4. But I thought he was fantastic today, and that's fun and good, and that's the benefit of Hunter being hurt. That's one of the positives we hope that comes from this for next year. Brandon, he can dribble, he can pass, he can shoot, you know. But the speed of the game is still, you know, there's times when it's hard for him. You know, he'll miss something or not see it, but you know, we have a lot of confidence in him and think he's going to be a good player because he has some feel instincts that are really good and that are better than some kids. He's not afraid, I don't think. He showed that tonight. We're really trying to coach him to be more aggressive. We think he's got more in him. He's really a high school center. And so, you know, we're trying to teach him to do more things. Hey, you can shoot the ball, like your stroke is good. make a lot of 15, 16 footers. Let's stretch that thing out and keep working on it. So we've done a lot with that. And then hey, you can put the ball on the floor, 1 or 2 bounces and make a good play. Made 1 or 2 of those tonight. But that's all the skill work before and after practice, extra work that like developing his game to the point where he feels comfortable doing it in a game, and I think he hasn't played a ton. And because we've had Hunter Tyson and PJ Hall. And so, I'm hopeful that this is one of the great benefits of the injury of Hunter is that this kid's going to get double figure minutes every night out now. And, it'll be good for him for next year.
One of the other things, too, and again, you can hear the full audio from Brad Brownell over on ClemsonSportsTalk.com. But one of the other things he was asked about is just PJ Hall and the culture of the team. And that is one of the bright spots for me is what you see from PJ, just firing up everybody in Little John Arena.
About the right things. They do the right things and they care and they're coachable and it's passed down. And Amir Sims mentored, PJ as well as anybody all of last year. And I told PJ during the recruitment and during his whole freshman year, the best thing that's happening to you, you don't even realize it. Nobody does, except for about me, is that you're playing against an all-conference player every single day. And that guy is talking to you, teaching you, encouraging you, helping you so much that wait till next year, you're going to be ready. You're going to be more ready than you realize you are because of all the lessons and the care and the TLC that he got from Amir. And, that's part of what's been happening in our program. It gets passed down, and then you're a freshman now. PJ's doing the same thing with Ben and Ian. And there's when the players that we have assigned in our drive your team, right? Like when the players drive their team, that's when you have a good program, a good culture. When the players are doing instead of always the coach, and that's where we're at here. We've got players that are invested in driving each other, and that's why the guys that really buy into it are going to be good.
Again, that's Brad Brownell talking about this Clemson Tiger men's basketball team. Lots to hear from PJ Hall and Ian Schifflin about this 2-point loss to Duke. The 2-point loss to North Carolina before facing Duke tomorrow night. We'll hit a quick break. What we'll do is we'll come back. We'll hear from Schifflin and PJ Hall. Plus, Brad Brownell made a point there that is eerily similar to the way Dabo Swanny runs his football program, to the way we heard Monty Lee talk about this baseball program this year. Player driven. That's kind of what he wants. We'll hit a break. We'll be back right after this. Clemson Sports Talk on a Wednesday. Again, that was Brad Brownell before the break. Thank you for hanging out with us. You can always be a part of the show. 803-450-0086. Text line, phone line. Thank you to Linda. Linda hit us up yesterday. She sent us a little birthday shout out. Appreciate it, Linda. Appreciate everybody who is a part of this program for taking time and sharing my birthday celebration yesterday. Had fun with the family. Got a little bougie when it comes down to my coffee cup. I got the old Ember mug. Checking that thing out. Yeah, you should check it out too. I actually got one. I'm going to see how I like it this weekend. I think I'm going to be excited. If you don't know what it is, dig a little deeper. The Ember coffee mug. So Cole's Cash came in handy there, I think, for the wife. 803-450-0086. All right, so we heard from Brad Brownell. How about Ian Schifflin and PJ Hall? Here's what they had to say following Clemson's 79-77 loss to North Carolina last night at Little John Coliseum. The first question dealt with the final play of the ball game and how that ended up shaking out for the Tigers.
Yeah, I was sorry, forgive me. I kind of lost my voice the last few days. But yeah, we drew it up to throw it in, get chasing the run at 3.1 o'clock, and he's probably one of the fastest in the ACC. Got up the floor, pitched the head, and we got a pretty good look. And it didn't fall. It hurts. And we had a play where I committed a dumb foul, and also gave up a jumper to Love. So that one hurt too. I got to get up and force him to drive. There were some plays on the stretch where we didn't do what we wanted.
PJ, you said on the foul, what exactly happened? What they call on that one?
I have absolutely no idea. I think it was a holding foul, but the players made down screen, and I had him on my shoulder. I guess he thought I linked him or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe it was a makeup because I fouled and they cut, but I mean, he called it this. I guess he saw a foul, so it was bad play.
PJ Hall was also asked about the foul trouble that he found himself in. That's one of those things that has happened to him throughout his career, especially this season when he's playing more minutes. It's got to be incredibly frustrating for him. It can be incredibly difficult to avoid it, but it's happened. And here's what he had to say about picking those fouls up during the ballgame and what the coaching staff has said to him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to foul early, but it's not good when I can't be in the game. Obviously, I have confidence in Ian and Ben, and so they went in there. I mean, Ian had a great game. Ben went in there, did what he can, and I thought he gave us some good minutes too. Gave me a break on the bench and came out second half trying to focus on that final and getting in that trouble and stuff. And late, had to get my fourth, and I was able to hold it under 5, luckily. But yeah, definitely need to make sure I don't foul early next time.
PJ Hall was also asked about Clemson's lack of efficiency offensively. I think they missed 12 out of 15 shots in the latter stages of the first half, and that can come back to bite you, especially in a ball game like this. It ends up being just a 2-point game and really a one-possession ball game with Clemson having the ball late.
Yeah, I mean, some just didn't fall. Other ones weren't great rhythm. We had a shot clock violation, things like that. But our goal was to move them around a little bit and get them to guard. Just they're guys who got 32, 36, 34, 36, 36, and they're starters. So I mean, they're playing tons of minutes. We're trying to make them guard, and sometimes we're taking quick ones. Even the second half, we did that, and so sometimes they just weren't in great rhythm. But if something didn't fall, it's just how it happens. Game of runs.
Freshman Ian Shiflin was also asked about his role and just what it's been like practicing throughout the season as a freshman and getting better each and every week.
Just getting to the rim. Usually, I've been practicing just with Hunter and Coach Dean. They just teach me, pump fake, get to the rim, and I mean, I could finish pretty good. So I felt like getting to the rim was great for me.
Shiflin was also asked about his comfort level as the Tigers have moved through the season, especially now that he's got to get in there with Hunter Tyson being out for an extended period.
I think it's been up and down all year. I think I've been more comfortable at the 5 than the 4. And with Hunter being hurt, I think me playing the 4 more is where I'm going to play probably mostly my career. So I think I've been uncomfortable, but it's making me comfortable. So I think that's been a big change for me. That's been good.
The duo, again, was also asked about this quick turnaround, having to take on the Duke Blue Devils tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I mean, Tim Beret tweeted that this was, one of the most historically significant stretches just in terms of the talent. 3 of the top 8 teams in the history of college basketball are winningest teams in the history of college basketball. Duke, North Carolina, and Notre Dame in like a 5-day period at Little John Coliseum. Here's what these guys had to say about bouncing back and having to play tomorrow night at 8 against the Blue Devils.
Let it sting. Let it hurt. Get back in the film room, see what you did wrong. Doing core practice for a day. Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. Same Davis got to prep. Then get back on the court for a day. Can't kill ourselves. I mean, we got such quick turnarounds. We just got to go out there and play this game. Play it with as much fire we had tonight. I thought that we competed. We had a lot of great energy, great spirit, and it ended up just not going our way. A couple calls on the stretch, a couple plays we didn't make. So try to go out there and get the next one.
Final thing from Shiflin and PJ Hall, and really this one from Shiflin, just about his role, having to step up and how the team dynamics have changed now that a leader like Hunter Tyson is out and the minutes that he's got to pick up as a young guy who's still trying to feel his way into the ball game. And it's not all that dissimilar from what PJ Hall deals with as a sophomore.
Yeah, it's for us my energy's got to be up there because Nas can't play the whole game. So just me being able to make plays defensively, offensively, just boosting our morale, just making us, just keeping us at a high energy is big for me because that's what Hunt did. He was a leader for the team. He's still a leader of the team. But as a freshman, that's I can be a leader, but it's kind of not my spot really. So I think just providing high energy for our team is where I need to be.
So again, that's Ian Shiflin, also PJ Hall, just talking about their opportunities on the hardwood for Clemson last night in that loss to the North Carolina Tar Heels. Again, they'll turn their attention to the Duke Blue Devils tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Little John Coliseum. 803-450-0086, 803-450-0086. Text line, phone line, be a part of the program anytime, any place, anywhere. John Blau coming up in just a little bit. We'll hit a break. Stay with us. Rolling along on a Wednesday afternoon. Man, the brain is a funny thing. I mean, the brain is an extremely funny thing. And I was sitting here just sort of eyeballing some of the notes that I have in front of me, and I wrote down a little note just a few minutes ago, like in the first segment of the show. And to be honest with you, I can't make heads or tails of what I wanted to talk about on that front. So I know there was something I mentioned earlier that I was going to get to, and I wrote it down. And much like the writing on a pharmacist note, while I can make out what I wrote, I can't remember why I wrote it. Oh, yes. Now I got it. It took a minute. So I wrote down Super Bowl and college football title. Now I remember. I was saying earlier, I just don't understand why the Super Bowl is on a Sunday. And I get it that during the year, the NFL's played typically on Sundays outside of a few Saturdays. And I don't understand why the college football national title game is played on a Monday. And so the first thing I want to say is, with the college football national championship being on a Monday, let's not forget that for many years, the national championship game, if it just happened to be 1 versus 2, was played on whatever night of the week. If it was, just fortunate that the Orange Bowl was the national championship matchup that was played on New Year's Day, and it didn't matter what day of the week that was. That's first and foremost out in front here. But my true belief is that game should always be, the national championship of college football should always be played on a Saturday night. Now, you will say, but Swanny, people will be out. And I will say, but they don't have to work on Sunday. And I hold that same argument for the NFL and the Super Bowl. Either make the day after the Super Bowl a national holiday, or B, move the Super Bowl to Saturday. And you'll say, but Swanny, more people are home on Sunday night, so people want to watch the game. Yes, but more people would watch the game, in my estimation, if they didn't have to work the next day. That game comes on so late, people tune out so early, and there would be more Super Bowl parties. Sure, I'm sure that there is an advantage for the TV channels to have people at home watching versus out at bars watching. But is there really an advantage to viewership? And look, I'm sure these guys are a lot smarter than I am, and they probably crunch the numbers. But how in the world, if you just will not give up the fight when it comes down to the NFL and the Super Bowl being on a Sunday, how can you not deny the fact that with the NCAA, or excuse me, with the college football playoff, that you wouldn't be better off playing that on a Saturday? Now, the NCAA tournament, I get why the championship game's on a Monday, because the semifinals are on Saturday. And if it's good enough for the semifinals of the NCAA tournament to be played on Saturday, how in the world could it not be good enough for the national championship of football to be played on Saturday? Think about that for a second. Do you not want to maximize viewership of the Final Four? Of course. And that's why it's played on Saturday. Why don't they play the Final Four game on Friday and the championship game on Sunday? Question mark. Because Saturday's good enough. Saturday's good enough. It should be good enough for the college football playoff. It makes no sense. And travel to the games is a bigger problem. When Clemson played on the road at Santa Clara for the national title on a Monday night, most of you didn't work on Tuesday. that traveled out there. Some of you didn't work on Wednesday either. Now, I know you didn't work on Monday because you were at the game. So if that's on a Saturday, man, you fly out on a Friday. Don't have to miss work if you don't want to. Go to the game on Saturday. Fly home if you want on Sunday. Don't have to miss work. Maybe even fly home on Monday and just miss one day. It all just does not make any sense. The Super Bowl, I can make an argument, should be played on Saturday as well. The College Football Playoff National Championship should always be played on a Saturday. It's just a better idea for the fans. Why is it that in the world of every other business, the customer is always right and the customer is what you are trying to put in a good spot so that they will continue to return? But yet we can't get these executives to make a move that would provide a better viewing opportunity for more people, the ability to stay up late, the ability to have bigger parties, to enjoy the games amongst family and friends. Like, honestly, when's the last time you really watched a full Super Bowl with a bunch of friends? Probably never. Most of you, if you've gotten lucky, you watched the first half and drove home. I just think that they've got it all backwards. This needs to be about the ability of the fans to tune in and watch it and have an experience. And instead, these games are played on Sunday night for the NFL, Monday night for the college football playoff, and there is no reason. Like, as Americans, maybe even as human beings, I would make the argument, I'm not a lazy guy. I bust my tail. I am not a lazy guy. Maybe there was a time I was a lazy guy. We got it backwards by doing a 5-day work week with 2 days off. That's first off. It should have been 4 and 3 all day, every day. I think we'd be a happier and probably a more productive society, quite frankly. I think there's a lot of burnout that wouldn't exist if we worked 4 and had 3 off. And those of you that have that fortune are probably like, Swanny, don't I know? Because I remember the 5-day work week. With that being said, I think this change would give better opportunities for people to enjoy these matchups instead of what you're doing now, which is just trying to watch them if you can. With a break, stay with us for more of the show that shakes the Southland. As John Blau from the Charleston Post and Courier joins the program.
It's time for Clemson Sports Talk with Lawton Swan.
Ready, set. Just call me Swanny.
Tiger style. Tiger style.
It is hour number 2. That's drive time right here on the show that shakes the Southland Clemson Sports Talk. Lawton Swan with you. John Blau from the Charleston Post and Courier set to join us here in just a minute. We'll talk a little bit about this Clemson Tiger men's basketball team. A quick turnaround. They'll take on the Duke Blue Devils tomorrow at 8 o'clock. A 2-point loss last night to the North Carolina Tar Heels. And John is on Twitter at John_Blau. That's JON_BLAU. Go follow him right now, John Blau. John, your takeaways from Clemson's hard-fought 2-point loss last night at Little John Coliseum.
Just another heartbreaker. I mean, it's kind of crazy when you go back and look at the season Clemson's having. There's been disappointing games against Boston College. Obviously, early in the non-conference, you lose to St. Bonaventure and West Virginia in close games, can't quite close out. But you have a 2-point loss to Duke, and now you have a 2-point loss to North Carolina. If you actually flip some of these games, it's almost like what we were doing during football season. Clemson could actually be having a pretty nice basketball season right now. But they can't quite close it out. Couldn't keep R.J. Davis out of the lane at the end of the first half. Couldn't keep Caleb Love out of the lane. To end the second half, he gets in there and passes off to Manick, who finishes and wins the game for him. But they're battling. I guess that's the main impression that I got. I mean, to get out to a lead like they did, to kind of fade the way they did at the end of the first half, and to come out in that second half and really go shot for shot with North Carolina. That's pretty impressive, especially considering we're only 2 games into the post Hunter Tyson era in terms of him being out with a broken clavicle and trying to figure out that whole situation. And PJ Hall still having his ailing foot and dealing with that. He's been in and out. It seemed like they were really doing a lot of short rotation stints with him. Having to take him out, put him back in. To be able to get through all that, to be able to battle with you anyway, I think that was impressive. You can call it a moral victory, but I know PJ Hall set himself up. Let it sting, let it hurt. They're definitely not just coming up short.
One of the things that I think has gotten to be the most frustrating for Clemson Tiger fans, and I know you weren't around during the Tommy Bowden era, but that's kind of what this Brad Brownell basketball team, like, you'll play up to some of your best competition, maybe even win from time to time against a Duke or a North Carolina. But then against teams where people just feel like you should win, like say against Georgia Tech the other day, you just don't play up to the standards. I know it's tough to win on the road. They were on the road in Atlanta. That was a road.
Obviously, the Brad Brownell way of looking at it, if he was saying that, the bottom of the league, which he admits they're in probably the bottom half of the league, obviously are in terms of the standings, is probably not as bad as a lot of people think it is. Georgia Tech has some players, DeVoe, Usher, some guys who can make some plays. And Clemson has some players, has guys who can make some plays, but they're not as complete as the Duke, the UNC. They don't have the talent level of the Florida State, even though they're able to knock them off every now and again. They're not Virginia. That's kind of characteristic, you would think, maybe of a program that just isn't quite recruiting to that level, just doesn't quite have the tradition of some of those programs to that level. To be able to be in the position to be able to beat some of those top tier teams every now and again, to be in games all the way down the stretch, that in itself is a good thing. But like you said, they are losing games to Boston College, to Georgia Tech. How much credit do you really want to give Boston College and Georgia Tech? Do you feel like you should be more solidly in that middle tier, and by being in that middle tier, you shouldn't be losing those games? In my perspective, there's just not that much separation. And I kind of agree with Brad Brownell to a degree, that there's just not that much separation with the talent level that Clemson has from the bottom part of the league. That the bottom part of the league can knock you off just like Clemson can knock off the top tier of the league sometimes. And so I understand the frustration, but at the same time, I think that's just the reality of basketball to a certain extent. That there aren't that many really, really bad teams in the ACC, and you get knocked out every now and again if you're in that middle part, which is where Clemson seems to be.
John Blau of the Post and Courier with us here. He's on Twitter at John_Blau. So let's talk about PJ Hall. In my time watching Clemson Tiger basketball, which is 40 some odd years plus, I guess more recently, if you sort of fast forward to the era where the back to the basket big man has faded from the game, I think he might very well be the best big man and the most skilled big man that Clemson's had since Cliff Ellis was there, quite frankly. He's a guy that you can build around. I mean, and he's getting better, it seems like, every single night out on the court. And I know he's been a little bit banged up, but I mean, what do you see as a guy who covered Indiana basketball, as a guy who's seen Big Ten hoops? I mean, what do you see from PJ Hall, and where do you think his game can, move to over the next couple of seasons?
Yeah, I mean, the really interesting thing about PJ is that he can shoot the three. I mean, obviously he hasn't been super consistent with it, but he has shown the ability to be able to hit it. It doesn't look like a bad stroke. And if you're 6'10" and you have that hook shot that he has, and he keeps getting stronger, and again, one day you would hope that his foot issue kind of clears up, and he can take it to the basket like he has, and be able to have some of those power jams. I mean, it's a guy that can be really hard to defend just because he can take you, at 2 different levels, and kind of maybe needs to develop a little bit more of that mid-range game. But, Coach Krzyzewski said himself, like, he's a pro, most improved guy on the planet. But, the key part at the end there was he's a pro. He's definitely a guy who can develop potentially into an NBA player. He's got all the skills, the size, all the requisite, traits that you look for in an NBA big man. and he's just so is charismatic the word? I mean, he's just so energetic, so passionate. I've never seen a basketball player hype up a crowd from the free throw line before their second shot before. Brad Burnell said that too. I was like, what is he doing? I mean, the rule is always you try to get as focused as possible and you want it to be quiet, but he was pumping them up. And I talked to his high school coach and he said, yeah, that's just PJ. I mean, when he is confident, when he is, really feeling it, he is almost, he is towing the line between energetic and, kind of a showman to a degree. But it's part of what makes him infectious. It's part of what helps him be a player that can kind of bring his teammates along. Brad Burnell says he's not a leader quite yet. I mean, he's still a sophomore. He's probably still, got some maturing to do, but a very charismatic guy and a very skilled guy to be a really fun player to watch over the next couple of years.
John, not exactly a Clemson basketball question per se, but just a college basketball question. It drives me insane to watch the final moments of that Clemson North Carolina game and not have the NBA rule of the ability to advance the ball to midcourt and really, set up a play. I thought Clemson ran a very nice play, got an open look. Whether or not you want to agree with David Collins being the guy that gets the shot, I mean, people are going to argue that up and down. But I wish the college game would go to the same rules that the NBA does and let them advance the ball to midcourt and give us some better finishes than what becomes like a Hail Mary pass, so to speak, in the middle of a basketball game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've covered all levels of basketball, so there's also frustrations back in Indiana with the shot clock. They still don't have a shot clock. You guys holding the ball. You got, obviously the rule here where you can't advance with a timeout. And, there are all kinds of things that you can complain about, but at the same time, the rules are the rules. And you got to finish, the way that the rules allow. And so really, if you're Clemson, you can't put yourself in a situation where you have 3 seconds and you got to go the length of the court unless you want to throw it down like they did to Christian Laettner, Kentucky did back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. It would be nicer if you, had in that moment a chance to kind of get a better shot off. And Brad Burnell explained it. Chase Hunter is the fastest guy they have. David Collins, maybe not the guy you would think, maybe compared to like an Alex Hemingway, but they said, Alex, there's no way he'd get the ball. They're not going to let him get a 3-point shot off before the buzzer ends. But yeah, no, I kind of get your gripe there, but at the same time, there's part of me that says the rules are the rules. You got to make it work with whatever you got. You left that much time on the clock down, however much. So, but yeah, I even remember thinking yesterday myself, why isn't the ball advancing? I almost forgot that was the rule.
Yeah.
Like, why can't they just advance the ball? It's like, oh yeah, it's college. It's the way it is. But
It's
yeah,
so fun. Like,
absolutely.
even for the NCAA tournament, right? Like, if you think about how great the NCAA tournament already is, how many games will we see in the next month or so when we get into it where a team has to go, 60 feet to get up a shot with 2 seconds left in the ball game? It's just ridiculous that, and I would make the argument, John, and I said this before you came on. I think it might speed up the games a little bit, maybe not much, but a little bit, because maybe coaches conserve some timeouts and then ultimately it doesn't come into play because it doesn't really matter because you're getting blown out. I don't know. I don't know. That's my gripe.
It's a thought. Yeah, no, I understand. I get it.
Now, as for the Clemson Tigers moving forward, a quick turnaround. Tomorrow night, they take on the Duke Blue Devils. You mentioned the fact that up at Cameron Indoor, Clemson challenged this Duke team, came up just 2 points short late in that ball game. I mean, right there in the mix, much like this North Carolina game last night. But to recover from like what feels like a bit of a gut punch has to be tough on this young Clemson Tiger basketball team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Hunter Tyson, he was part of the reason why they were so close with Duke up in Cameron. He was finally healthy with those ankles and was putting down some dunks, and then he goes and breaks his clavicle. And they don't have that veteran on the floor anymore. And you're going through some of these tough, situations where you've lost a lot of these, you've suffered a lot of these gut punches, like you're saying. And so how do they respond? I don't know. It's going to be an interesting thing to see. I think one of the most important guys, and we talked about Chase Hunter before and how important he is, but Ian Shefflin, the 12 points he had against North Carolina, he's one of those guys that stepped up off the bench now that Nas Bohannon's in the starting lineup. He's a guy that, early in the season it was interesting, as Brad Ronell was saying, I just wish he'd be more aggressive. It's like he wants to pass the ball all the time, wants to find somebody, create for somebody else. He was actually really aggressive in that game against North Carolina. And he's a guy that if he can continue to produce off the bench at that level, he gives them a chance, especially, again, without having Hunter Tyson. At the same time, though, coming off of an emotionally draining game like they just did, and, Coach K is last time in the building, and, Brad Burnell was asked about, game planning based on the last tape, how much can you look at that? Coach K has also looked at that tape. And so beating Duke a second time around has got to be a lot harder just because he's got that much more of a feel for your team. And as the last time we're going to see Coach K game plan, against Clemson in a regular season game, at least, unless they play each other in the ACC tournament, there might be a third time. But it's going to be really, really hard. It's going to be really, really hard just based on everything that Clemson's gone through physically and mentally, and then also just playing Duke and playing Coach K.
Look, I'm with you 100%. Then to turn around and got Notre Dame later this weekend. I mean, it has been a stretch of games in Little John Coliseum for the Clemson Tigers. And with that, I know that there is an apathy at some points for some of the fans about the program, given how long Brad Brownell has been there. You were in the arena. I mean, what does it feel like inside Little John Coliseum for the fans that have not been there?
Yeah, I mean, there was excitement at the end of that game. I mean, I think there was a real belief that they were, close to winning that game. It's hard for me, again, as a journalist, being completely, I'm attached in a way, but I'm a little detached to really get inside of the head of a Clemson fan. I'm not sure how that feels at the end of the day, because me watching as a journalist who's dispassionate about it, if they win, they lose, still got to do my job. But, they did battle UNC, again, 2 games in without Hunter Tyson. And, they got some great efforts. Again, Ian Shefflin, Nas Bohannon's been decent. And again, knowing TJ Hall's on one bad foot and still doing what he's doing with 24 points, I would think that as a fan, you can see that they're playing about as hard as they can, as well as they can. But I could see also as a fan where you want them to pull out those games. You want there to be the possibility of an NCAA tournament appearance. You want, again, being in the shadow of that football program that they have. You see so much success, across the road there, up the road. Or is it down the road? I guess it's down the road. Down Perimeter Road. You want the same for your basketball program, and it's kind of hard when you're not seeing that, and when it really, the chances of the NCAA tournament at this point are so abysmally low, it's probably not going to happen. And Brad Brownell's been around for a very long time, and I understand how, unless it's been wildly successful, when you're a dozen years into a coach, that's just a really long time nowadays in college sports. And maybe people, are wondering what a change would bring. Maybe that could spice things up, get things to another level. You saw Alabama basketball, ascend the way it has. You've seen Auburn basketball ascend the way it has. You know that non-traditional basketball schools have been able to do some great things. And maybe there, is a feeling out there, well, what could be different if we had a different coach? But at the same time, I guess coming, from covering IU, program that's mostly known for basketball, not as much football. The expectations were never so high for IU football. People were very happy with, 7-win, 8-win seasons. Let's get to a bowl at Clemson. Maybe if it was flipped, I would think, get to the NCAA tournament every now and again, you'd be happy. But maybe there is a little bit of less of that here in terms of people want a little bit more. And again, Brad Burnell's been around for a really long time, so I can see why there's some people, or at least a segment of the fan base, that's questioning it and wondering what could be.
Again, he's John Blau of the Charleston Post and Courier, covering your Clemson Tigers. All right, John, final thing for you here today, and I always appreciate your time. Super Bowl. We got 3 Clemson Tigers playing for the Bengals. You got 1 Clemson Tiger, Tremaine Ankrum, playing for the Los Angeles Rams. You're essentially a neutral party here. What's your take on the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating game. Obviously, knowing that the top seeds didn't make it, it's the Rams and the Bengals, 2 lower seeded teams in terms of that playoff, and so both kind of underdog stories in a way. The non-Clemson angle, you got Matthew Stafford and his journey from the Detroit Lions with that situation that wasn't great, and getting to a Super Bowl, can he win the thing? And then on the other side, yeah, you got Jackson Carman, you got T. Higgins, you got DJ Reader, a bunch of guys that Clemson fans remember fondly, would obviously like to see win. So I have no feel for what will happen. I'm not going to give any betting advice or anything. But I think it would be fun to see Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and those guys kind of have a nice day, win the game. I know Brad Brownell, we were talking about Brad Brownell a second ago. I know he's a huge Bengals fan, so it'd be a great day for him as well if they were able to win the Super Bowl. So it'll be an interesting game to watch. I'll be watching it, and we'll see. Yeah, some of those Clemson Tigers can add to their national championship jewelry, some NFL Super Bowl jewelry. That'd be interesting to see.
Isn't one of the most shocking stats in all of sports the fact that only 2 quarterbacks have ever won college football national championships and Super Bowl titles? I mean, that is wild, right?
It is crazy, but I mean, it shows you that the best quarterbacks don't always go to some of those traditional powers in terms of being able to be surrounded by that talent that they're going to go win a Super Bowl. College offenses, guys that are great in a college offense don't always translate to an NFL offense, and that that life's just crazy. That you never know what's going to happen with some of these guys, and that's why it's so hard. People talk about recruiting rankings and high school kids. How good are they going to be in college? We have no idea for the most part. And how good is a college quarterback going to be in the NFL? Don't know. It depends what team they end up on and what they're like. But it is crazy when you look at it that things are. You would think that if you won the biggest games in college, you'd win the biggest games in the NFL, but that's not the way it always works in life. It's a very variable thing. A lot of things go into that. So no, but it is a crazy stat to hear that.
On Twitter at John_Blau, and we spelled it all for you before he got on the show. John, we'll talk to you next week, man. Always appreciate you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
John Blau, again, of the Charleston Post and Courier, 803-450-0086, up against the break on the show that shakes the Southland. It is always great to catch up with John Blau. Appreciate him being a part of the show. He was talking about Brad Brownell earlier. Obviously, we were talking Clemson hoops. And one of the things that I think was at least refreshing for me to a degree, because I've covered the dozen years of Brad Brownell. John Blau has not. He's covered basically 24 games under Brad Brownell. And so he feels differently than I do about what's going on with this team. And I'm not telling you that that's right or wrong, but it does give me a little different perspective or feeling about maybe how I should feel about that team. Maybe instead of looking at it as a 12-year pattern, maybe I should just focus on the here and now and what I do see. If I see positives, obviously PJ Hall. He mentioned Ian Shiflin. I think they've got to do a better job as far as recruiting longer, lengthier guys on the perimeter, to play guard. I'll be interested to see what Josh Beadle looks like. I mean, there's some stuff to really like. I think Chase Hunter coming on has been a big deal. I know it hurts that Hunter Tyson's out. Like, I get all of that. And that's kind of why several years ago, as many of you know who have been a part of this program for a while, know I've just kind of resigned myself to say, okay, look, whatever the administration decides is what they decide. It's not that I'm indifferent about basketball by any means. It's not. It's that even when I throw out the conversation yesterday that I don't care if you go get a 28 or 30-year-old coach, I don't really know who that person would be that would be the right fit, that would be willing to stick around, that would stay at Clemson. And that to me has to be a part of the story. Who will be willing to stay? Like, if there's one major criticism that I have of Rick Barnes and his tenure at Clemson, is that he was not willing to stay. And I've often wondered, had Barnes stayed, and if Barnes was still at Clemson and about to become the longest tenured coach in the Atlantic Coast Conference, as soon as Coach K steps down, by a wide margin, the longest tenured coach in the ACC, how different would Clemson basketball be in 2022? And I don't have the answer, right? Because it's hypothetical, but that is another reason that I would say, you know what? What does it hurt if you stick with Brad Brownell? Like, if you say to me, well, Swan, because we're going to be mediocre, I will say, you've been mediocre forever anyway. Well, because we're not going to be a top flight program. I don't think Brad Brownell can make us a top flight program. Nobody at this point has ever really made you a top flight program. You've had some solid runs. You know, Cliff Ellis had some solid runs. You had some solid runs under Rick Barnes. You had some solid runs under Oliver Purnell. But you haven't had consistency to the degree that you need to be considered a perennial top tier team collegiately in basketball. And so if Brad Brownell is not going to make you that, then could anybody? Maybe, but who? And if he's willing to stay and just keep, and yeah, he's getting paid a lot. Like, listen, trust me, iHeartRadio starts throwing me $2.8 million a year to do this show. You're going to have a tough time having me just walk away. I'll continue to do the job. And if they come to fire me, I'll argue that, man, nobody can do this better than me, guys. Who can host a show that shakes the Southland better than Swanny? Nobody. Touche, salesman. But in the scenario where you've got a guy in Brad Brownell who I don't think is ever going to go anywhere else. Like, I don't think Brad Brownell is going to come knocking at the Clemson Athletic Administration's door and knock on Graham Neff's door and say, Graham, listen, I'm out of here. Just got offered a job at Indiana. Heading back to the home state. That's just not the case. Brad Brownell, I don't think, given a 12-year tenure at an ACC school, given what he has done, ends up anywhere else. Like, I can't imagine that another Power 5 program looks at him and says, yep, that's our guy. Now, you might say, well, that's all the more reason to get rid of him, Swanny. I don't know. Is it? Because there are a lot of coaches out there that would do what Rick Barnes did, that would come to Clemson, maybe have a little run of success, make you feel all good about yourself and where you're headed, and then yoink, hook 'em horns. And that's what you don't want, right? That's what you don't want. I know you want a winner. I know you want a guy that wins ball games, but don't you want somebody that does want to be at Clemson and does not want to leave? And I think, if anything, what Brad Brownell has proven over 12 years is that there's not going to be a bunch of teams knocking down the door. Arizona is not coming calling. And so you at least have a guy who making inroads in recruiting, obviously is in a very tough league, can be beaten, as John Blau said, by teams at the bottom, can win against some teams at the top. Maybe not as consistently as I would like or you would like. But do you want to go get somebody else who may stick around for 3 or 4 years and see this as a stepping stone job to become the next head coach at Kentucky or some other program? I don't know that you do. So I think if you want to ride it out and you just recognize that, hey, you know what? Clemson basketball has always been average anyway. Then what do you have to lose by sticking with Brad Brownell? Not much, really. Not much. And if you make a change, what do you have to gain? I don't know. Much? Maybe for a little bit? It's really, honestly, it's really tough to say. With a quick break, we'll come back with more of the show that shakes the Southland as we roll along here on a Wednesday afternoon. Clemson Sports Talk, the show that shakes the Southland each and every afternoon. Again, tomorrow night, the Clemson Tiger men's basketball team will take on the Duke Blue Devils, 8 o'clock, Little John Coliseum. The Tigers fell last night, 79-77 to North Carolina. We've talked a good bit about hoops today, not much about college football. Yesterday, we did dive into some college football, but today, mentioning the Super Bowl and the matchup coming up Sunday at 6:30 on NBC, the Bengals and the Rams facing off for the title. I'm pulling for the Bengals. I'll be honest, and I could see myself pulling for the Rams. I really like the throwback uniforms to what they used to look like back in the 80s when they were the Los Angeles Rams previously, before going to St. Louis and changing their uniforms and doing all that. But I know that Joe Burrow drove a knife right in your heart a couple of years ago in the national championship, and Jamar Chase was a part of that. But T. Higgins is really a focal point of their offense. And DJ Reader is a driving force really on the interior for them defensively. And then Jackson Carvin is a serviceable player who gets some reps. And it's not just about the Clemson guys for the reason I'm pulling for the Bengals. One, they've never won the Super Bowl. I mean, they've never won the Super Bowl. And I know I caused a little controversy on social media. People are like, Swanny, you're a moron. When I said I like their helmets, and I wouldn't mind if Clemson wore a Bengals-style helmet one time. I would not mind it once. And I said that, and people came at me like I said, I really think the paw on the side of Clemson's helmet is trash, and we should get Bengals helmets for Clemson forever. I just said I don't think I would mind it once. Like if there was a special game and Nike had like some, so I forget what they call their like color wave or color wash, color rush, whatever. The kids listening right now are going, it's color rush, Swanny. It's color rush. The color rush jerseys. I really would not mind if they wore like an alternate helmet, like some teams will at times. And look, I don't know that it has to be the black on orange, because I know some of you would say that's just not Clemson's colors. But I wouldn't mind if it was orange with white stripes with a dark purple outline of the stripe. Like I think that would not be awful. And for that reason alone, I would say give them a shot once. I mean, if we can wear those ghastly helmets that Clemson wore in the throwback games during the 90s, where they wore the throwback helmets to the 1939 season, if we could wear those twice, we could definitely wear a Bengal-style helmet once in some kind of special color rush game. Sign us up with a matchup against Oregon, and you're guaranteed that your helmets aren't going to be the worst ones on the field or your uniforms. But I'm rooting for the Bengals. I'm rooting for Joe Burrow, and I'm hopeful that T. Higgins will have a big ball game. I think it's going to be tough for him, obviously, because of the spectacular defense that the Los Angeles Rams have. But I also think that part of the advantage for the Bengals going into this game is that, much like Clemson maybe at times against Alabama in some of the national championship games, you don't have to be concerned or overly concerned with the pressure of the game. Just let your hair down and go have fun. And I know it's the Super Bowl, but go have fun and try to knock off the Rams, because the Rams, given their defense and how good those guys are up front, I mean, it's a murderer's row up front for them defensively. And quite frankly, I don't know if it's a negative or whatever on the NFL and the free agency, but with Aaron Donald and I know he's been there a while, but then Von Miller and all. I mean, just you start to stack the guys up, Jalen Ramsey, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're just loaded. And I don't know what it'll be like in a couple of years if the Rams will just fall apart once those contracts are all done and taking up too much space, et cetera, et cetera. But if I'm the Bengals, man, I would go out there and have a good time. And if I got to throw some trick plays, some reverse passes, go for it. And I just hope, if I'm a Bengals fan, that Joe Burrow settles in and plays well and sort of plays not careless, not reckless, but just sort of in the moment, right? And I think that he's got the ability, if he can kind of get to that zone, where he's seeing things kind of like a chess player, maybe seeing a couple of steps ahead, boom. I think he can give this Cincinnati, the city of Cincinnati, this Bengals franchise, their first ever Super Bowl victory. And they've only been to 3. They went to 2 in the 80s. And then they have been since 89. I mean, they have not been good. I guess technically that was 1988. They lost in the division championships in 1990. They didn't get back into the playoffs until 2005. 15 years later, they lost in the wild card game. 4 years later, they lost in a wild card game. 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, all losses in the wild card game. I mean, it has been rough on the Bengals for a while. They had a nice little stretch from 2012 to 2015 where they won 10 or more games each and every one of those seasons. But then they hit sort of this down period with Andy Dalton at quarterback, 6-9, 7-9, 6-10, 2-14, 4-11, and then finally with Joe Burrow now 10-7, heading to the Super Bowl, and then they haven't been great. They have not been great through the years, but they got a chance, maybe their best chance, because those teams they played, by the way, in 88 and 82 or whatever the 2 years were for their Super Bowl, those two 49er teams were pretty good football teams. This Rams team is at least a bit vulnerable, I would say. Can Cincinnati carry the Magic into the Super Bowl? We'll find out on Sunday, 6:30 on NBC. We'll hit a break. We'll bounce back. By the way, follow us on Twitter if you don't already, at Clemson Sports, and the website. Put the .com on it, doggone it. That's ClemsonSportsTalk.com. Stay with us for more of the show that shakes the Southland.
What have you done for me lately? It's a fair question. Just don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Don't forget history. Lucky for us at Clemson, the answer to the questions, what have you done for me lately, and what have you done always, are the same. We win.
Final segment of the show that shakes the Southland on a Wednesday afternoon. Lawton Swan hanging out with you. And again, we don't talk too much about the NBA, but every once in a while I do like to give you the quick rundown. Because my Los Angeles Lakers continue to struggle. I mean, it's rough being a Los Angeles Laker fan this season. Truly rough, as they are under 500 with all that talent. In the East, the best team right now currently, the Miami Heat. Can you believe that? The Heat, the number 1 seed currently. Milwaukee Bucks, the defending champions, are the 2 seed right now at 35-21. The Chicago Bulls check in at 3rd, 33-21 overall. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are the 4th seed in the East at 33-21. The 5th seed is the 76ers. The 6th seed would be the Toronto Raptors. The Boston Celtics sitting in 7th. The Brooklyn Nets 8th. The Charlotte Hornets are 9th, and the Atlanta Hawks 10th. Out in the West, the Phoenix Suns 44-10, the best record in the league, followed up by the second best record in the league in 3 games back, the Golden State Warriors, who are 41-13. The Grizzlies check in at 38-18, 7 games off of the Phoenix Suns, and Ja Morant quickly becoming a bona fide star, the former Sandlapper, a bona fide star in the NBA, even more so than Zion Williamson. Obviously, Williamson has been injured, but Ja Morant becoming one of the best players in the league. The Utah Jazz are 4th out west, 33-21. The Dallas Mavericks 5th at 32-23. The Nuggets are 6th, 30-24 overall. Minnesota checks in at 7th at 29-25. The Clippers 27-29, and the Lakers 9th at 26-29, followed by the New Orleans Pelicans, who are 22-32 currently. I mean, Los Angeles, what are we doing, guys? I know they've been banged up. I know they're older. I get all of that, but man, when you've got Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, when you've got Anthony Davis, Carmelo Anthony, I mean, guys, defense much? I mean, losing back-to-back games to the Hawks and the Hornets recently. I mean, just my level of frustration. My level of frustration as a Los Angeles Laker is immense. And I don't know. I don't know how you have a guy like Russell Westbrook and LeBron James on the court and not win more ball games when these two guys are healthy. I mean, LeBron averages 29 points a game. And I know he's not healthy. Anthony Davis has been in and out of the lineup as well, but he averages 23, nearly 24 points per game. Westbrook averages 18. Carmelo averages 13. And yet you aren't winning ball games. And Russell Westbrook at guard is giving you 7.8 rebounds per game. That's more than LeBron, who's giving you 7.7. But those two guys, rebounds, assists, and points, what they do for a team individually, let alone on the same ball club, should be enough to be one of the best teams in the league, and yet they are not. Now, is this just a case of is this just a case of the Clemson basketball team keeping the switch turned off? No. Is this just a case of the Lakers kind of keeping the switch dimmed a little bit and waiting until the playoffs to ramp it up to full throttle? Maybe this is a conservation effort. Maybe that's what this is. But man, alive, to think about this team and their inability this season to put together a stretch of ball games that makes you go, that team can win a title, blows my mind. Like, I would think that at some point this season, you would have had a moment where you just said, you know what? They are a great team. Instead, without fail, for my Los Angeles Laker fans, anytime you watch it, last night, Giannis on the road scores 44. The Bucks win it by 15. He shoots 17 of 20 from the field. LeBron James, 27 points on 11 of 19 shooting. But nonetheless, not good enough. Not good enough. And that's Davis, LeBron, Westbrook. I mean, that's a trio that should win an NBA championship without all the other guys that are there. And again, you get this about once a month from me. My question, when are the Lakers going to finally turn it on? When are they going to finally look the part? Or will they? Or is this just, remember when the Lakers did this a while back and they brought in Gary Payton and Karl Malone, and they were trying to, it was like they're trying to piecemeal a championship. I can't remember who all else they brought in, but they could not, it just never worked. They had all this talent, but they could not win a title. That's what this is beginning to feel like, and I hope I'm wrong on that. I truly hope I'm wrong. We got to get out of here till tomorrow. Thank you for being a part of the show. Until then, as always, y'all take care now, and go Tigers.